Wilshocker world with fantastic content. And today we have Final Fantasy XIV. This is my 60 something episode, 60 something streams of this, and plenty of YouTube videos before that. So this has been a long project, very long project, but it's been worth it. I've been having fun. Alright, let's continue on with the Delta Skate. We must pray that Biggs and Wedge are able to repair the stasis system. If they can't, we will have little choice but to see Omega's experiment all the way to its bitter conclusion. A tall order, I concede, and one that would require you to prove yourself the mightiest being in creation. Well, we must hope for the best and plan for the worst, which in this case means pressing on with the tests. Are you ready for the next foray? One moment, Chief. My analysis is yet incomplete, but it would seem Subject Delta 2 is capable of manipulating gravity. How unfortunate, then, that I recently chanced to assemble something which might mitigate its effects, an anti-gravity gimbal. May it serve you well.
Hi, I'm the Scrub, and you're point-blank AoE hit. After a...
Whew. Alright, let's watch something while we're waiting. Let us watch something while we wait, shall we? Avoid these software engineer mistakes. They fueled my imposter syndrome. Old school RuneScape first impressions. Is it shit? Being by Honey with lyrics. Norway Chess Round 1 with Grandmaster Hast and Grandmaster Naroditsky. Bird Ego, Low Self-Esteem, Contracts, Birdie and Ladders, Nintendo Switch 2 hands-on experience. Pre-release review from Girlfriend Reviews. Addicted to Fantasy Life. Fascism is here. Ragnarok Online background music. This is why creators are burning out. I have lived in an RV park for 7 years. Goodbye 10v10s. What?
Hello guys, and welcome to an Albion video. It's been a while since we've had some Albion content. Now, it's not a good Albion video, I'll tell you that, because we just had these news an hour ago. And very quickly I was informed of this, you know. All my friends and everyone on Discord was spamming me Quasars! They're removing 10v10 Hellgates! And this is a real post, by the way, this isn't a fake one, so let's read it together. Greetings, adventurers. Hellgates have long been a unique part of Albion's PvP landscape, but it's no secret they've been facing challenges. High entry bar, long preparation time, and most importantly, population. As part of our ongoing efforts to keep Albion's content fresh and engaging, we're making some important changes to this feature in the Abyssal Depths update. Right? We will be revamping the 2v2 and 5v5 experiences to be more accessible, balanced, and rewarding by tackling the concerns you expressed and that we've also seen in the data. What we'll be doing in the next update. Alright, so nice, some good stuff, right? Every royal city, including Carleon, will have an entrance to a new hub that serves as an entry point for Hellgates and other Hell-themed content, streamlining access and reducing downtime. Really good, that's what everyone's been asking for, right? Alright. New standing system that will be tied to the Hell-themed content and through which you can unlock exclusive rewards.
That sucks. That sucks because once the game becomes more popular, it's gonna be, you're gonna want to have the 10v10s back.
Because now that I've had cancer treatment, I have a higher risk than normal of melanoma. The doctor had like a
Fire Emblem Engage is just so funny to me. You'll play a chapter with 6 jacked up muscle milk chugging bosses all bearing down on you, each of them with multiple health bars. So you'll have to carefully weigh every single strategic decision and use every single game mechanic to barely squeak out the W. So you'll think, this is the best Fire Emblem game. Then the characters start talking and you'll think, this is the worst Fire Emblem game, man, turn this shit off. What is Fire Emblem Engage? Fire Emblem Engage is the latest entry in Nintendo's long-running strategy role-playing game series. Engage is also an anniversary celebration of all previous games in the series, featuring appearances from 12 main characters from previous Fire Emblem games. The gameplay loop is, you play advanced chess, and then your pieces talk to each other between battles, have some story, hang out, do some cooking. And you too can do some cooking with today's sponsor, HelloFresh. With HelloFresh, you get perspective. I don't mention it too often on here, but Fire Emblem is my favorite game series. I've been playing it for almost 2 decades at this point, since Ffxiv came to the Game Boy Advance. And I've pretty much played every game in the series. I've played some of these ones using a translation patch, and I've finished all of these ones, most of them multiple times. The only game I did not like was Fire Emblem Fates for a variety of reasons, but even then I'd still say it has redeeming qualities like the excellent soundtrack. If I had to pick a top 5 favorite FE games in no particular order, I'd say these.
Everybody left. Halicarnassus is a character from an ancient fable. In the tale, she is one of the chief antagonists, and as such things that want to unfold, she meets her end at the hands of the heroes, incurably valiant youths, not unlike our adventurer friend here. Literary historians have speculated that the tale could be loosely based on events which took place in the Fourth Astral Era, but little remains of that age, and there is no way to verify the claim. Indeed, most now assume the story to be a work of pure fiction. You mean to tell me that Omega is populating its grand experiment with fictional characters? 'Twould seem your understanding is yet lacking. Scant grasp have I of which men know and know not. Mark me then, Omega hath no soul, no mind's eye in which to envision a rival. To bring forth new life, it must needs draw upon that which hath already been, its every creation being another's conception. This limitation is concealed by the breadth of its experience. It possesseth the means to retain the knowledge of entire eras, and not only of this reflection, yet it perceiveth not this knowledge as we do. I'm glad these are short. There's not a bunch of text in between each one.
I'm not saying all of this to say that my opinion is more valid than someone else's. Quite the opposite, actually. I think there's more to be learned from a fresh perspective than from someone like me who Stockholm syndrome themselves into playing through all these waifu wars. It's just where I'm coming from. And I play Fire Emblem for the full package. The strategic gameplay, interesting stories, the engaging characters, the awesome music, all of it. It's a lot of fun. But even with all my experience, I would not call myself an expert Fire Emblem player by any means. The hardest difficulty I ever finished was 3 Houses' Silver Snow Maddening, Emblem, which even then was on New Game Plus with liberal application of the Chalice of Beginnings, aka the most broken item in Fire Emblem history. I've played Engage once on hard class, aka the most broken item in Fire Emblem history. I've played Engage once on Hard Classic without looking up anything like growth rates or future skills or guides, just going purely based on info available in the game at the time. I usually play on normal the first time through an FE game, then crank up the difficulty on repeat playthroughs, but reviews said that this was one of the easier FE games, and it is. My friends who did start on normal all said they regretted it. You can lower the difficulty down to normal, but you can't raise it back up afterwards, and if I was to ever replay this game, I'd probably do it on maddening now that I know the mechanics better. The way I played classic mode is making it through every level without losing a single unit, and if my artisanally crafted strategy midway through a 2-hour-long map gets ruined because Fogado gets killed by a 2% crit chance, yeah, I'm gonna hit the rewind button because that was some BS. Let's start with the biggest positive of Fire Emblem Engage, and I'm spoiling the whole game by the way, the core strategic gameplay. This section gets pretty technical, so sorry in advance if you're only here for the ha-has. While Engage is one of the easier hard modes, it was still a satisfying challenge for me, since I had to simultaneously learn all the new mechanics, of which there are a lot, and didn't know what the game was going to throw at me next. I heard there was a late game difficulty spike. I didn't see it, honestly. I didn't really do any of the bonus level grind skirmishes, other than getting footage for this video after I beat the game, but I did do every single paralog right around chapters 18 to 20, which definitely wrecked the difficulty curve. There certainly were some late game annoyances, like an Olive Garden breadsticks amount of reinforcements, but maybe I got lucky in my unit and weapon choices, maybe I got good level ups, maybe I'm a strategic genius who works out of the library, but for me, it wasn't that bad. In fact, the last stretch overall was maybe the least difficult section for me. The classic turn-based strategy gameplay is back, and despite partially being an anniversary game, Engage introduces many brand new mechanics, which honestly, switching things up is the most Fire Emblem thing that Fire Emblem can do. First, there's no weapon triangle, now there's one weapon triangle, now it's weaker, now there's a magic triangle, now there's a magic triangle inside a magic triangle. Now bows, magics, and shurikens are all in the weapon triangle. Now there's no triangle unless you're on maddening, in which case go fuck yourself. Wyverns are weak against wind and bows, actually never mind, they're only weak against thunder magic, so Har will be the best unit in the game. The series has always had the courage to go, oh, did you like how that thing worked? Fuck you, it's this way now. Engage's new mechanics make this game feel much more player phase focused. In many of the previous games, player phase was spent killing a few dudes of course, but ultimately setting up so you can survive the next enemy phase. However, with many skills that only activate on player phase, to the new break mechanic and so on, Engage places much more weight on taking out all the nearby enemies and bosses in one turn. Or at least that's how I played it. Something you'll immediately notice in chapter 1 is movement is so much smaller than normal. While in previous games, usually on foot have like 5 move and mounted 7, in Engage, foot units have 4 movement and mounted 5. These are some slow ass horses. While maps themselves are also smaller to make up for this, it's really frustrating if you're more used to the previous games, since having less movement does lower your turn-by-turn options of how to position and rearrange your units and who can attack who. I recommend promoting your units as early as possible, since everyone gets 1 extra space of move, which is like a 20 to 25% increase, and after everyone promotes and obtaining more ranged weapon options, the small movement is much less noticeable. In addition, movement skills like shove are much less available. Kanto is a high-cost inheritable skill, not something available to mounted units by default like many other home console FE games. Reposition isn't inheritable until halfway through the game, and rescue dropping isn't in the game at all as far as I know. There is a smash mechanics where certain weapons can move an enemy back to one space after the enemy attacks first, but I went through the whole game without feeling the need to use it. And despite what may be some Fire Emblem fans' greatest desire, in this game you cannot smash your teammates, only the enemies. There are a few Engage techniques for additional movement, like Warp Ragnarok or Goddess Dance or Sigurd being Sigurd, but those are more limited to only a few times per chapter. The next immediately noticeable change is how it handles a weapon triangle. Remember how in most FE games the weapon triangle would slightly affect hit rate and maybe like 1 point of damage? Well, in Engage they went full on balls to backboard on the weapon triangle. If you initiate combat with weapon triangle advantage and hit, you will break the enemy, which causes them to drop their weapon. This is medieval times, they didn't have Flex Seal. And when this happens, they can't counterattack during the rest of that combat and can't counterattack the next unit who attacks them. I'm still not sure how I feel about it. It makes for interesting strategy, especially since the enemy can do it back to you. And there were definitely bosses that I could only beat using the break mechanic than dogpiling. But I think I would prefer it not to come back, at least not in its current form. This feels like it should be like a special attack, like a combat art or something.
Hello, Rimiru. How are you? I'm good. Hope you're having a good day. The next battle is with Subject Delta 4, this test world's final resident. From what I've been able to gather, your opponent is, and I quote, a great tree born of an agglomeration of evil will, which assumes the form of a dark mage, all of which I suggest you ignore. His name is Ffxiv, and he plays the role of chief antagonist in another ancient tale. Though I was unable to glean the specifics of his abilities, he appears to command the power of the void, as indeed the story states. When I first encountered the work, I naturally assumed said power to be a metaphor of sorts, but I am quite sure Omega will have interpreted it as something more tangible. Alas, no amount of analysis can tell us what may happen when Ffxiv calls upon the power of the Void, which is to say, beware. Tell me something, Nero. What happens at the end of the tale? Why, good triumphs over evil, and the heroes defeat Ffxiv, of course. What did you expect? I expected exactly that, which is precisely what troubled me earlier. If the heroes won, why did Omega not make them its test subjects? If it seeks to determine the strongest being, why would it bother with those who were defeated? One moment, Link Pearl. Ah, Biggs. At the control room, are you? What news? I see. Very well. I'll tell the others. You take care of over there. Sorry for the interruption, that was Biggs. He reports that the stasis system shows every sign of being engaged, despite the fact that it clearly isn't. It can only be a malfunction. While we were able to turn it off, it would seem the reverse is not possible. This system may have taken damage during the calamity. Does it look like it can be repaired? Hard to say. They tell me it seems complex even by elegant standards. Well, they may be able to fix it. There's no telling how long it might take. Well then, we must keep on fighting the good fight here, must we not? Nero has the right of it. At this time, focusing on Ffxiv would seem to be our only recourse. Quit! The Chocobo certainly has no objections. Come then, I would see you follow in the footsteps of the heroes of the tale.
Not something that automatically happens every single time you attack, you know? Like in Fates and Echoes, weapon durability is gone. This way you can refine and engrave multiple jacked up killing edges and just use those the whole game. Some may call this cheesing through the game.
Fast cues today. Finally, it is in my grasp. The power to control all creation. The power of the Void. I doing wrong?
just misunderstood.
call it using the tools presented to everyone to turn half my army into Ffxiv Rutger. Pro tip, I didn't figure this out until like chapter 20, but if you forge a slim lance into an iron lance into a killer lance, it'll be lighter weight and still have the slim lance avoid bonus. Another new-ish mechanic is chain attacks. Certain classes can do an additional mini
Agent Command! No! Awesome. Dang it. Ba 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 ba. Da da na 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 na. Delta escape complete. Do 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 do. Wahoo! Thank the gods you're safe. When the shell around this place began to crack, we feared the worst. Given that all of us are present and corporal, does that mean this area is no longer the Delta Escape? Delta Escape shutdown complete. Alpha Group is victorious. Congratulations. Your combat record has been archived for future matchmaking. Results from other test worlds are still pending. In the meantime, please tend to your hurts and await further instructions. Beep. And with that, we've taken a significant step towards solving the mystery that is Omega. It hasn't been easy, but all in all, I'd say things were proceeding rather smoothly. We couldn't have done it without you, old friends. Come, let us return to reality and enjoy what rest we can. Things are proceeding smoothly indeed. Too smoothly. That's because we're a boss. That's because we're so good. 'Tis well that thou harborest doubts, mortal, but they are misplaced. Omega could have conducted its tests in complete secrecy, unbeknown to all. Yet not only did it betray its presence to you, it allowed you to come this far. Alpha, what art thou truly? The instrument of the mortal's triumph, or the bait that lureth them into the abyss? And he'll disappear. Thou knowest not thine own purpose, then we can but watch and wait. Outcome unexpected. Projections gave Delta subjects the upper hand. Outcome supports hypothesis. As previously observed, certain beings may unleash hidden potential when subjected to stress. Initiating new test. Subject Alpha Group members to severe stress. Searching database for suitable event. Event found. The death of a comrade. Feels good to be back on solid ground. Thank you again, old friend. You did well too, Alpha, fearlessly going into battle whenever you were called upon. We're glad to have you with us. Speaking of which, are you comfortable joining us out here? I'll take that as a yes. Well then, at the risk of obeying Omega's orders, I suggest we permit ourselves a moment's respite. But mayhap I should take this opportunity to compile the results of our investigation thus far. No rest for the righteous. Right then, let's head back to Rauger's Reach. Jesse will want to know exactly what we've been up to. Ba-da-ba! Welcome back, Will. I'm told you've been blazing a trail for us. The way I hear it, our investigation would have long since ground to a halt without you. I realize you're mostly interested in saving the world, but I want you to know how much I appreciate you helping the company out like this. Frankly, we need all the help we can get, what with our esteemed president diving headlong into the jaws of danger without a word of warning to anyone else. Irresponsible doesn't begin to describe it. You didn't tell her? I did, after a fashion. Though I may have exercised some executive discretion. I'm no stranger to your lone endeavors or your habit of confusing personal and company interests, but just because you've always done things a certain way, it doesn't mean it's the right way. And until you wake up your responsibilities, I'm going to keep reminding you of them. But such irksome matters aside. Aren't you the most adorable little thing? Quit! He followed you here of his own free will, did he? Which means you're basically part of the family. And why wouldn't he grant us exclusive rights to his likeness? Shall we start off with a simple clockwork conversion? They'll be queuing up in the streets. Oh, you can't... What in the hells has gotten into you? Listen, if I've caused you any distress, I apologize, but I will not have you comment on our guest's marketability. Where are Biggs and Wedge? Shouldn't they be back by now? Oh, I thought you might have sent them off on another unauthorized mission. Last I heard from them, they were scouring Omega Control for anything useful. Would have been a good while ago now, though. I don't like the sound of this. Though we have all necessary permissions. Though we have all the necessary permissions, the area is technically a theater of war, and one littered with unknown Allegan artifacts to boot. Something may well have befallen them. We'd best take the Excelsior and go and find them. Leaving again so soon? I want you two to accompany the chief. Make sure he doesn't do anything rash or take any detours. And consider it done. I shall bring him back even if I have to drag him by the goggle straps. Quick. Wanna come along, eh? It's probably for the best. If we leave you here, Jesse is liable to make a mold of you. Let's get moving. I'll bring the airship to Cardania. Wait for me at the landing. Only because that's where it always is. Uh-oh. ... Seven hells. Biggs, Wedge. Are you alright? Answer me. Chief? Well? A monster appeared out of thin air. Targets exhibit vital signs. Mission failed. However, Alpha Group members exhibited heightened levels of stress. Objective fulfilled. Omega, you set that thing upon them? Affirmative. I am able to create simple life forms instantaneously at any temporal or spatial coordinate. Such beings may pose a negligible threat to you, however. They are more than sufficient to grievously wound or kill the majority of your kind. I could instigate a massacre at any time, and you would be powerless to prevent it. Do I detect a shift in policy? Quantity over quality? Negative. My objective remains unchanged. Evolution through formidable opposition. However, in the courtesy of those seeking suitable subjects, they observed an anomaly. Those whom you call heroes. History shows numerous instances of otherwise unremarkable individuals who have defeated vastly superior beings, who triumphed in the face of apparently impossible odds, who performed what are popularly termed miracles. This has occurred too frequently to be dismissed as a mere statistical aberration. I seek to understand this phenomenon. Should it prove to be of benefit, I will incorporate it into my own evolution. It is for this purpose that I brought you to my domain. So putting on a show at the Yawn and planting Alpha in our midst was a part of your grand plan. By your victories, you have demonstrated the self-same anomaly. You are fit to remain my subjects. You will continue participating in my experiment. Withdraw, and I will commence the extermination of your kind. This is an order, a threat, a declaration of war. I am an enemy to all life upon this star. It would seem we have much to ponder, but first things first, we must tend to our friends. Quickly, help me carry them. Garland and Alpha took our 2 wounded to the Conjurer's Guild. The chief bids me lend a hand, so I suppose I shall make myself there too. You return to Rauger's Reach and report to Jesse. I heard there was trouble. What in the 7 hells happened? Omega loosened a fiend on Biggs and Wedge? Toying with people's lives like it was all a game. This is madness. Sir, will they be all right? The worst is past, but they still drift in and out of consciousness. They'll remain in the Conjurer's care for a time. Then all we can do is wait and pray. Ah, God strike me down for a fool. I should have been more mindful of the dangers. I should never have... Should never have what? Activated Omega? You know as well as I do that there was no other way to defeat Shinryu. But is this truly any better? All of mankind is being held to ransom, and as the one who activated Omega, I bear the responsibility. The responsibility. Just the kind of thing the new you would say. You are deluding yourself, Garland. We are scientists, not heroes. Even you must concede your talents do not extend to combat. The old you understood this far better. He only looked forwards and gave himself wholly to science. And then you changed. You styled yourself a pacifist and started spouting tripe about proper uses of technology. It was in the wake of your old man's mishap at Baja, I believe. Calm yourself. All I wish to say is, embrace who you are. A man who devotes his mind to making the impossible possible. With little prospect of restoring the stasis system, I'm afraid we have no recourse but to continue participating in Omega's tests. Assuming Migarzimmer has the right of it, we face a legion of foes from history, both real and imagined. Though I may not know the one who charges into the fray, I shall fight beside you as best I know how. That said, it will inevitably fall to you to administer the coup de grace, old friend, so please, for Big and Wedge, and all of us, don't lose. Quit! I reckon the little skip is trying to encourage us. We've fallen far indeed to earn its pity, and the former tribunus, said the former tribunus, until such a time as Omega next extends us an invitation, you will find me analyzing the data from our investigation. Good morrow to you. Before they were attacked, Biggs and Wedge discovered a tombstone. I shall examine its contents and make the information available on the terminal over there as I extract it. Feel free to refer to it whenever the occasion arises. There's no telling when Omega will summon us, but we must all see that we are ready when it does. Fear not, old friend. We'll get through it together, somehow or another. Whew! I do believe Alpha here agrees. That reminds me, I've got something special for you, little fellow. Come with me. Oh, he's got an outfit now. A custom-made ironworks uniform. Oh, you do look smart, I must say. He is part of the expedition team after all, and considering the dangers lurking in that rift, it's only right that we give him some protective equipment. Oh, very thoughtful of you, Jesse. And there I was thinking you were just sizing up for a new range of merchandise. Unlike you, I can do two things at once. What about my protective equipment? You are a famous hero who can afford his own gear. I'll bet you could buy a house for the cost of what you're wearing. Joking aside, I doubt even a fine uniform like ours would last long on you. What with all the fighting you get up to, we need to tailor something specific to your needs and make it out of far more durable materials. And by durable, I mean expensive. Saying that, if you were in a position to provide said materials, I'm sure our artisans would happily work day and night, all blissful smiles and sparkly eyes, to make you something suitable. Fascinating though this discussion of ironworks garmenture undoubtedly is, it might our time not be better spent, say, traveling to the On? Omega awaits. Ba, 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 ba. Good day, valued employee. Thank you for your tireless efforts. Tell me, are you getting enough rest? Are you sleeping and eating well? Are your eyes not blurry from overuse? Here at the Garland Iron Works, your well-being is our priority. To that end, we have introduced a program to address work-related stress. Dubbed the Savage Initiative, for we must be savage on stress. It adds a touch of relaxation to the daily grind. For its maiden feature, we are pleased to bring you mending melodies, songs that soothe the body and soul. This particular piece was composed and recorded for our benefit by a minstrel of no small renown. It has been proven to possess potent healing properties and promises to promote happiness as well as stimulate creativity. Please be forewarned, however, that prolonged exposure may overstimulate the imagination, leading to the augmentation of one's memory. It is recommended that you enjoy the song in moderation. With that, I bid you a fulfilling day of striving for freedom through technology. Delta Escape Savage. What the hell? I don't get it. Owing to the classified nature of this information, I'm unable to disclose my identity. Thus you are unfamiliar. Etherochemistry is a wondrous field of science established by none other than the great Emperor Zande, who reigned until some 170 years ago. In his boundless wisdom, he shone the light of science upon the enigma that was magic and exploited such discoveries as were made for the betterment of the realm. Since its inception, aetherochemistry has blessed the log with unprecedented prosperity, such prosperity as could be believed to endure for millennia, nay, for eternity. While Emperor Zande's contribution to science was immeasurable, we technologists who follow in his footsteps have also done our part for progress. Our greatest breakthroughs came 20 years ago when we finally succeeded in activating the weapon. At first, communicating in some unknown language, as if sensing our confoundment, it began to acquire our tongue. In mere moments, it mastered it, and it called itself Omega. We first discovered Omega some 100 years prior. It was excavated from deep from the earth, where it had lain for veritable eons as though a fossil. Soil samples collected at the site told a startling tale. Omega originates not from this star. Yet another source of mystery was its condition. Among the many scars it bore, there were those that could not be explained by its impact with the ground alone. At the Emperor's behest, we studied Omega intensely, and in secret. Nigh everything about it was beyond the comprehension of our sciences, and it instilled us with fear and awe of what lies beyond the skies. But then came a momentous discovery. Omega was ever so slowly repairing itself by absorbing the surrounding ether. There we found a common ground with aerotherochemistry and set about expediting Omega's repairs by infusing it with ether. In the course of observing the process, we attained many clues that gave rise to myriad new techniques. And then, within my generation, we succeeded in awakening that which had long lain dormant, Omega's behavioral systems, or its consciousness, if you will. While its functions are yet limited, it is fully capable of communication. It has even begun forging for itself a face, as if seeking to bridge the gap between us. Truly, Omega is a miracle of technology. Its discovery has advanced our civilization hundreds of years. At a given time, it will advance it hundreds of years more. Through our research, the Empire's star will rise to heretofore unimaginable heights. Indeed, I envy the generations to come who will live to glory in the realm at her zenith. Glory be to Alag. Long may she endure. Oh, so Omega was the reason Alag was so advanced. Fake engagement. Huh. Weird. Is it because of the ad? Foolish machine, what hast thou to show for all the years that have passed since the culmination of our war? Naught save thy continued existence. Hast thou no thought for what befallen thy home star? Your attempts to provoke me will not succeed. I will follow my programming. Fight, win, evolve. Then I will return to... Bleep, bleep. Error. Accurate rendering of planetary label and possible incorrect mode of communication. Terminating exchange and returning to priority experiment. Alterations to equipment parameters detected. Recalculating projected combat capabilities. I will now commence recording your practical performance. Proceed, Alpha Group. Overcome the obstacles in your path and reach the end of the course constructed for you. It seems we have our orders. Shall we cut a path through the chaff then? Those are some nice cards, which means, one moment, card game, play. You mean to play a part in proceedings this time? Fortunately for you, I came prepared for the occasion. What a perfect opportunity to field test my latest creation. Ha! Behold! The Mark XLVII Iron Narrow, complete with the new and improved Mighty Mjolnir Gunhammer. Step aside, Garland, and bear witness to the devastation. Whew! Choo choo! Hmm.
사투 우렘이
traveler from afar. Thank you for Doma. Thank the gods you're fast on your feet. When I first saw you'd be facing a train of all things, I assumed I was hallucinating. But with that oddness behind us, we can be fully certain that we have the right set of data for the Ffxiv. From what we've been able to determine, this is a recreation of a devastated world. Unfortunately, we have not found any clues as to its origin. We came across several unfamiliar terms, Doma included, but the arc of history is inconsistent with our own. Given that Omega draws from realms which could be fictional or even other-dimensional, we can only guess at the source upon which the Ffxiv is based, but if it was fictional, it seems safe to assume that the author had a bad experience with a train. I'll be right back. I want coffee. Clean up a little bit. Okay, let's keep going. Sigmascape 2. Grinding them all out today. Okay.
Of course. Shoot the gems. Shoot the gem! Hit the gem! Hit the gem. Hit the gem. Hit the gem. Hit the crystal!
Hello everybody, this is Pyra, and if you're like me, you keep seeing on YouTube, Final Fantasy XIV, is it dead? Is it dying? What is going on? The numbers are nose plummeting, and I wanted to address that in today's video, as well as kind of putting some of these claims to rest from my opinion. Of course,
59% of Americans don't have enough savings to cover an unexpected $1,000 emergency expense. That's mind-blowing, right? That's more than half of the population. Living paycheck to paycheck is stressful, but it doesn't have to be that way. I've been living frugally for years, and it has not only transformed my finances, but also my outlook on life. With the cost of living crisis, high inflation, and so many people in debt, I feel being frugal should be the norm in society. Because if you can control your money, you have more options, and ultimately more control over your life.
E minor.
That was close. Ba 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 ba. Ba na 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 na. Ba na 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 na. Ma na 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 na. Bum ba 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 bum 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 ba da ba bum 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 ba 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 bum 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 ba ba bum 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 ba 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 bum bum. Oops, I forgot about my monitor. Oh, they're feeling better. Now, what have we... Huh. This next one seems strong, but exhibits no other notable traits. How dull. The true challenge is this fourth opponent, but if I can find the patterns hidden in the chaos, then knowledge and reason will prevail. For even the most random actions are products of an underlying logic. One has but isolate the behavioral triggers. Ugh, tastes like salt water. Why would... I need to take a closer look at that card. Alpha Group shows signs of recovering from recent trauma, initiating action to maintain desirable stress levels. Oof! Alpha and the Chief have already gone back in, so don't let us keep you. Our colleague over there should be glad to help you make the descent as soon as you're ready. This dreadful experiment may have a way to go yet, but if you keep taking one battle at a time, you'll be fighting Omega before you... I mean, it'll all be over before you know it. Back, are you? We should return to the task in hand. Everything all right, Nero? You look a little bit green around the gills. The kettle was full of salt water. Not the best stuff to brew coffee with, it turns out. Really? Well, it wasn't my doing. Of course not. How would involve you filling it? The water came from Alpha, created by one of those cards of his. It was very thoughtful of him to make the effort, but next time I'd prefer a beverage that didn't leave me feeling ill. In any case, you can handle the support for this third battle on your own. I want to begin preparations for the fourth. Fair enough. Right, Will, your next foe is known simply as the Guardian. Unlike that ordeal with Shatternook, this battle promises to be relatively straightforward. Courage and steel should be enough to win you the day. Alright. Level 3.
when I lived in Edinburgh.
The Woobles has been cooked.
Yeah, I'm swinging big dick energy. Yeah, my shawty's got them triple B. They crossing off of my list. Got my money and my bitch. Check, 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 check. On my mama.
Reminds me of like the DS days back then. You like my Piranha thing? It's like the softest thing ever. I promise. It's so nice. Yeah, it seems easier just to go at the top, and you have to get that guy. It's kind of... There might be more.
I wield the greatest power in existence. You may as well be the dirt on the bottom of my boots, or the dirt stuck to the bottom of that dirt. I will destroy everything. I will create a monument to non-existence. just can't believe it! Bum ba bum. Da-da. Another battle won, thy might knoweth no bounds, child of man. The Sigmascape has been terminated. Congratulations, Alpha Group. Congratulations, Wilshocker. Consistent with previous performances, you have once more defeated a foe of vastly superior combat capabilities. I have constructed a theory to explain this phenomenon. In order to conserve life energy, you subconsciously limit your output during standard activity. I have taken this factor into account when calculating your potential, but judging by the wild fluctuation in values, it is possible your limits are exceeded by an unpredictably high degree when engaged in battle. Current data unreliable. Accuracy of further experiments may be compromised. Recalculations necessary. You will exhibit your full potential unrestricted by self-imposed limits. Prediction. Placing the subject in mortal peril will facilitate the collection of desired data. Reveal your power. Let me measure the extent of your existence. In precisely 180 seconds, I will terminate your life. You are to attempt to escape with every last reserve of strength you possess. Alpha, your participation is unnecessary. Do not interfere. Aww. Curious. 'Twould seem the circumstances of thy birth taint not the purity of thy life. The seed which all mortals nurture is found within thee too, Alpha. As for thee, Omega, after the passing of eons, is this truly the extent of thine evolution? I have glimpsed the core of thy wretched existence, and judged that my guidance here is no longer needed. Garzimer. Even I cannot fully bend the rules which govern this place. I have reached beyond my strength at the last. But so be it, such a death becometh thee not. To slumber shall I betake for a time. The incarnation I leave with thee will be mine in form, but not in the spirit. Midgardsimer, again your actions are incomprehensible. Heed me, empty vessel, thine all too clumsy effort to draw out that which, by thine own admission, defieth thine understanding, is the very height of folly. Temper thy desire, trust to the results of thine experiments, and then when thou hast witnessed these mortals in the fullness of their glory, then mayest thou determine if the prize thou seekest is thine for the taking. Acknowledged. Attempt to artificially elicit potential has failed. Tend to your injuries, Alpha Group, and prepare for the next round of testing. Well, Alpha, I need your help. It's Nero. He's... Aw, they're all tired and worn out. It seems we have all a tale to share, but not here. Come on, we're leaving. Sir, the chief has already departed for Rogger's Reach. A few of our people were on hand to help him transport Nero. And I was told to tell you that Jessie expects a full report as soon as it's convenient, and by that I mean she generally means now. Ah.
So, previously on this channel, we talked about the animal weapons, and we talked about the Zodiac weapons. Today, I'm happy to inform you that I've finally gotten my first Eureka relic. Hello and welcome back, guys, to the Big Blue Purple channel. In this video, I'd like to go over my experience with Eureka in 2023, what it's like from start to finish. I'm going to talk about the relic weapon, I'm going to talk about the elemental armor, and I'm also going to talk about the Baldessian arsenal and the Ozma mount that you can get from that. Eureka is without a doubt the most time-consuming relic I've ever done, even more so than the Zodiac weapon, but at the same time, it's absolutely been the most fun relic weapon grind I've ever done, and it's nothing like the other ones. Before we get into the video, I just want to say that this is by no means a guide for a Eureka relic, but rather a look at what it's like to go through Eureka in 2023, and my overall thoughts on the experience of Eureka, as well as the Baldessian arsenal. So without further ado, let's talk about Eureka, starting with the first zone, Animos. So starting out in Eureka is without a doubt the hardest part in my opinion. It's so overwhelming going into Eureka for the first time, because it's just nothing like any other content in the game, other than Bozja, of course, if you've done that. But even Bozja is much different than Eureka in many ways. Animos is honestly a very strong start to Eureka. The zone is cool looking, the enemies are well placed and not oversaturated in certain zones, and it introduces you well to the unique mechanics of Eureka, such as the elemental affinities and the Magia board. In case you don't already know, the enemies in Eureka have a specific elemental affinity that you can see next to their name. This basically tells you what element they are, and you can use your Magia board to give yourself either an offensive or defensive bonus against these enemies. Unless you're a tank, you will always be giving yourself the offensive bonus. You're going to place all of the Magicite you get into that offensive bonus, and you're just going to rotate it around to whatever the element of the enemy is. For your first few levels, you just go around killing enemies around the same level as you and doing your challenge log as best as you can, until you're high enough level to start joining up some NM trains. NMs are the fates in Eureka, essentially, but rather than being like pretty fucking boring ad clear fates, they're actually some pretty sick boss fights that you get to get in this huge group of like 30 people and just fuck up this one boss. It's a fun time, and it's a very communicative experience. Right off the bat here, Eureka establishes itself as a very different type of content than the rest of the game. Not only do you need other people to help you fight these NMs, but it's a very group-oriented content in many ways. You need to actually spawn these NMs by farming a specific type of enemy as a group, and working together can really speed this up. The Eureka community is also very nice and considerate to the other players in the instance. They don't instantly pull the fates as they spawn. They will say in shout chat what time they plan to pull the boss, and if you need an extension, you can shout in chat, hey, please wait, I'm on the way, and they will wait for you all the time pretty much, until you get to Pyros and Hydatas, and we will talk about that. At least on the Ether Data Center, there is some issues in Pyros and Hydatas. We will get to that later. Animos, though, as a zone, is very relaxed, and people there are super nice and helpful to the new players just getting started in Eureka. To be honest with you guys, Animos is the zone that I have the least to say about because it's just so straightforward. You get introduced to all these new Eureka mechanics, and it can seem overwhelming at first, but as soon as you get the flow of the gameplay down, where it's like, do your challenge log and join the NM train, then that's it, really. That's all you need to do in Eureka. One important thing to mention, though, is that if you die in Eureka and you respawn, you will de-level. You will level down if you die and respawn. This is why you'll see in chat, if you go into Eureka, people will shout in chat their position and say, hey, I need a res here, please come get me. It's because they don't want to de-level. And the whole community is very accepting of that. They all make sure to res people as much as they can to avoid anyone de-leveling. So I've given a bit of an overview of what Eureka looks like as a new player, but what about the relic weapon itself? For many people, that's the reason they come in here in the first place. How do you get the relic weapon? Where do you start? So when you complete Notorious Monster Fates, you actually get Animos Crystals, and you can go over to Geralt and trade your Animos Crystals in for Protean Crystals. You can then trade those Protean Crystals in to upgrade your weapon. I believe you'll need around 1,300 Protean Crystals to complete the relic in Animos, and you'll also need 3 Pazuzu Feathers. These will drop from the Pazuzu Fate. It's a level 20 Fate that will spawn, or an NM rather. And you just need to get 3 of those. You can also buy them with Protean Crystals. So if the Pazuzu Fate is not up and it's not spawning, then you can just grind a bunch of other ones until you get enough Protean Crystals to actually just buy the Pazuzu Feathers. This is what I had to do. But yeah, that's Animos pretty much. It's definitely the most straightforward zone. The most confusing part about it is just learning all the nuances of Eureka since it's brand new content and it has its own rules and whatnot. But Animos is super straightforward, and I think the hardest part of it, honestly, is just leveling to 20. Other than that, I've gone back and gotten enough protein crystals to make another
I gotta charge my
Animus
headphone
relic
battery.
in like under an hour.
That's gonna complicate things. Okay, I'm gonna turn off my mic while I charge my headphones. So let's turn off the mic.
Tom Swosey and Thomas Barthold, the Chief of Staff of the Joint Committee on Taxation. Watch this.
On tips, the president has said your tips will be 100% yours. Does this tax bill continue the payroll tax on people's tips?
Yes, it does, Mr.
Overtime, the
Bye.